Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, I should say. It's only 10 o'clock this morning. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you guys are having a great start to your day. Of course, the dogs are moving around a little bit, but that's okay. It is Tuesday the 22nd, and here we are. We're ready to watch some Sarah Boone. Hopefully she does take, she's supposed to take the stand. That's the rumor around the block. So they, as of right now, I've been watching, listening in. They've been questioning the detective, the woman that was on scene, or the only detective lady that we saw. So I will flip it over to Court TV. If you guys don't mind, just taking a second, hit the like button, all the buttons, and let me say hi to you guys before we get started. Before we get completely started. Hey, Cheryl, Juno, Love Murder Mayhem. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Catherine. Hey, Cat's Life. Hey, Groovy Nikki. Hey, Go Bulldogs. Good morning, y'all. Welcome in, Tempest. It's good to see everybody. Hey, Proud Mimi. It's good to see you guys. Yeah, so if you guys don't mind just taking a second, hit the like button. That way, maybe more people will come in. If we hit, that's what usually happens. You hit the like button and it pushes us out into the algorithm. Then more people see the video and then more people come in and they come and hang out and chat with us. So, like I said, today they had, I can't remember her name, but they have the female detective on the stand. I cannot handle her smacking of her lips though, or whatever she makes a smacking noise. I'm like, she is beautiful and she's very good with her words, but that woman, her lips smack. So if you can hear it, if you can hear it, let me know. But we'll go ahead and we'll start playing this to see what they're talking about. And like I said, rumor on the street is Sarah Boone is supposed to take the stand today. So we'll see what happens. Okay, let me get us to where we are. And you guys haven't missed it.
Objection sustained.
Her attorney is terrible, though.
Ma'am, if it was the 27th, you would not disagree with that, would you?
Well, I just stated that it was either the 26th or 27th.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, Mr. Motes, he was the neighbor living in the apartment, or the connecting apartment, wall apartment, with Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who told you about the loud noise. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview anyone else in reference to that loud noise?
So I was interviewing Brandon, and then my partner was interviewing Vincent, the other witness, and I came in at the end of the interview with Detective Owen.
Okay, so that's Vincent. Do you know his last name?
I would butcher it.
Me too, but Tagwell, something like that. We're talking about the same person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that interview take place on February the 27th of 2020?
I believe so. I interviewed witnesses after I interviewed Sarah. The 26th or 27th would be my memory.
Okay, thank you. And then did he also talk to you about a loud noise?
I believe that I was refreshed on the conversation, and yes, he expressed hearing a loud noise as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, and those interviews were actually audio recorded too, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Now let's go to Ms. Boone's interview. And that would have took place on the 25th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Boone came down. And ma'am, prior to Ms. Boone coming down for the interview, had y'all made the decision that Ms. Boone was going to be arrested?
Yes, I plan to arrest Sarah Boone.
Okay. Did you tell Ms. Boone in arranging the meeting that when she came down there, she was going to be arrested?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to relevance.
Approach.
They usually stand up there for a few minutes, it seems like, anyway, but maybe not. Maybe they'll be a little faster this time. There's the box with the suitcase in it. I wonder what Sarah Boone's feeling. I was noticing her earlier. Her hands aren't shaking. She doesn't seem like she's very nervous to me. If I were her, I would have taken the deal first off. But second off, if I didn't take the deal, I would be a mess. But, she does a lot of things that I wouldn't do, But her counsel here, her lawyer that, decided to take her flyer seriously and represent her, he is not a very good attorney at all. I don't know where he went to school. I don't know where he passed the bar, but I don't know how he passed the bar and has a license in Florida. Is what I should say. And I'm surprised that he's not up there, actually. He usually goes up, I feel like. Hopefully they won't ask this witness very many more questions, and they will, the state will rest its case after this witness, and then Sarah Boone will have the choice whether or not she wants to get on the stand or not. And in my humble opinion,
Objections
I think she
overruled.
will.
So, ma'am, at that time, you did not tell Ms. Boone prior to coming down there that she was going to be arrested. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you not tell Ms. Boone that she was going to be arrested?
We plan to meet at 3 p.m. and go over the autopsy and have another interview. So, I'm not sure why I would tell her that she's going to be arrested. That would potentially cause her to flee, not come, and then we have to go find her and make it more difficult for everyone.
Or potentially get an attorney to come with her?
She was read her rights that said that she has a right to an attorney, and if one cannot be provided for her, she will be appointed one.
I understand that. You read her those rights when she got there. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't read those rights to her before she got there, though, did she?
I wasn't in contact with her, physical contact with her.
Okay. So, but you said potentially for fleeing. My question was, potentially she could have got an attorney too to come with her. Is that not correct?
I misunderstood your question. I didn't hear potentially bring an attorney with her, but yes, I guess she potentially brought an attorney with her.
So Ms. Boone shows up and you tell her there's some things that we need to talk about. Is that correct?
Specific verbiage. I know I said something along the lines of obviously the autopsy had been conducted, and there were things that we needed to talk about in regards to that.
And prior to discussing it with her and asking her questions, you did read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Prior to, I'm sorry, one more time.
Before you started asking her questions, though, in this interview, before you started asking Ms. Boone's questions, you read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Yes, before I started asking any sort of potentially incriminating questions, she was read her Miranda warnings. Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember, as part of the Miranda warnings that you read to Ms. Boone, did you read her the one that states that if you decide to answer questions but want to stop answering and consult with an attorney, you may do so? Do you independently remember reading Ms. Boone that instruction?
I don't recall that specific, but I do have my Miranda card on me, but I don't recall that that's what that says. But it is on audio and video recording.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, ma'am, at that point in time, Ms. Boone wasn't under arrest. Is that correct?
Ms. Boone was not going to be free to leave once she was in my custody.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was not free to leave?
No, I did not.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was under arrest?
I told her at the end of the interview.
Okay, before the interview.
No, I did not tell her before the interview.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell her before the interview?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to asked and answered.
Overruled.
So I have to read her Miranda warnings, and that's what I did. I do not have to tell her that she's under arrest at that time.
Was there a reason? Could you have told her that she was under arrest before reading her Miranda warning?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Ma'am, was it a strategic decision not to tell Ms. Boone that she was under arrest prior to reading her those Miranda warnings?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
I was typing in the chat instead of just coming on and talking on the microphone. Man, they've approached the bench probably 5 times today. They just keep approaching the bench, approach the bench, approach the bench. I'm hoping this is one of the last times. Do I have my... Okay. I don't know if there was an echo. Okay. Good morning, Anna. And good morning, 11 Summer Moon. We do have our... I have my snacks, actually. What is this noise? I think it's my iPad. Okay. I need all the volume to be down on that because I have like an extra person. So like this, I have like 2 of me now. I have that just in case I need to move around the house a little bit. That way I could stick with you guys and listen to the trial still. I swear I can hear myself. I don't know where it is, but it's somewhere. They've been up there for a minute. I wonder what they're talking about. Okay. I was just making sure that I wasn't echoing back there. Look at her watch. Look at her watch. That's kind of funny. She's like, I'm ready to go. This is today. Yep. don't know why I'm like echoing through my iPad.
The objection is sustained.
There we go.
Ma'am, and we were able to see the video of the interview. As a process of interviewing people, such as Ms. Boone, or let me specifically, in the process of interviewing Ms. Boone, is law enforcement free to give information that might not be accurate or true during the interview process?
Are you asking if we're allowed to lie to her?
Yes.
Yes, to an extent.
Was that done at any time in this interview?
Did I lie to her? I don't recall lying to her, no.
I confer, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released? State.
We have her subject to recall.
Okay.
Subject to recall.
All right, ma'am, you're released subject to recall. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
State, any other witnesses, evidence, or testimony to be produced?
All right, this time the state would rest.
Okay.
Here we
Members of
go.
the jury, it is 10:22 a.m. I have some matters with counsel that I need to address. So we're going to excuse you for a short while. It's a great opportunity for us to take our morning break as well. Similar instruction that I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation as the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Jury exiting.
What's this guy doing over here, standing beside him? He's the bailiff. You know the bailiff.
Gotta do some legal things.
She looks confident.
Y'all may be seated.
You
Thank
did? You went to it?
Defense, any motions?
Judge, we do have some motions, but my client needs a comfort break.
Okay.
If we could do that, because it may be fairly lengthy.
Agreed. Let's go ahead and take that break. Court's going to be in recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll pick up any motion practice at that point in time. Court's going to be off the record. Thank you.
Wow. Well, while we're doing that, or while they're doing that, I wanted to actually show you guys this video. Did you guys see yesterday's where the forensic examiner went through the like cell phone of Sarah Boone, like went through the text messaging? Let me pull this up. I thought it was pretty interesting, and it's like 15 minutes long. So, or yeah, so we can watch this while we're waiting. And thank you guys all for being here. So Sarah Boone is supposed to testify. That's what the rumor is. Actually, I feel like I'm echoing, but let me know if I am echoing. Because if I am, then I'll shut myself out of the other one. Wow. Oh, 11 Summer Moon. I've been following that case very closely. Actually, I just looked it up right before this. Okay. Go all the way down for some reason. That's why. I wanted to see about the So what happened? Did they bump up their bail? Exit out of that. Okay. No echo. Okay, good. I just went and got a Pop-Tart, Juno, right whenever they were done with the witness. I was like, are you kidding me? I was out in the kitchen. I heard them say like they were done. I ran back in here. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like right when I stood up. And I usually don't like eat a whole lot in the morning, but I was like, I'm a little hungry today. I woke up this morning, though, I wasn't feeling the greatest. I was just feeling, I still feel tired, but I just was feeling really, really tired today. So I thought we would listen to this because it goes through her, the forensic analysis of her phone, pretty much, basically. So we can watch this and I will keep my eye out on anything going on in the court. Now, they are going to come back in 10 minutes, but they're just going to go over some things that the judges or the lawyers want to talk to the judge about with the jury out of the room. So I will listen in on that too to make sure to see what they're saying about that. Because they might be saying she's going to take the stand.
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for the report. Because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there is a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
And in this portion of the PDF timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like, again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture, again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here, 16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yes, it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
Next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the column, so that one I'm not sure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device.
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m., 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m., 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
What? What date was that? Hold on a second. We gotta go back a minute. Why isn't it letting me go back a minute?
I shall.
What is the content? 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m., 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Huh. This was at Christmas time, 2019. Like when they were having their domestic problems back then. When she was trying to choke him, I'm going up the stairs.
Turning down to 17167. It's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m., 41 seconds. And it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
Oh,
Then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, ugh, and 17170, Torres.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.apple.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds. Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.mov begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see that information.
And then at 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
I'm going to continue publishing from this exhibit.
Did they ever bring up how the suitcase was moved? Do you know how, like in the videos, there are two different videos it's moved just slightly or whatever? Well, not really slightly to me, but you know, across the floor. I wonder, I don't know if they ever brought that up or I'm sure they did. I just didn't hear it. Good morning, Nash. We're on break right now, so we're watching something. Everyone that's coming in, we're just on break, so I have it on another screen to see what's going on because the state has rested. So Sarah Boone may be up next. We're waiting to see. They said they were on a 10-minute break, and then they were going to come back and talk about some stuff, and then I think have like a little bit more of a break for the jurors. So I'm not sure how long their breaks usually are, but we're watching this video here from yesterday. This is her electronic data.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarah. Sarah.
Thanks, Mary Beth.
Sarah, I can't breathe, baby. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. That's on you. Sarah. Real ransom. Now you want to give me for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real ransom. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Oh, that's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was IMG_1062.MOV, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
Oh, I was on mute. I was on mute. Okay. So did anyone like I'm sure the state maybe brought it up about the shoes, about his flip-flops, because when she first started um video recording the unaliving, the shoes were right in front of her on like right in front of the couch. And then afterwards, like sorry, when when she moves the suitcase from point A to point B in those two videos, the shoes are over by the suitcase in the second video. So I'm wondering if she just threw them over there and was like, here's your damn shoes too, you son of a bitch. Or you know how evil this woman is. I mean, look at her, she recorded it. So I'm wondering if she did something like that. Just take your shoes too, or I don't know. But I'm wondering. That's why I was wondering if they said something about it. Nice to meet you, Sarah. I was reading your first message.
No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
It looks like they're back. I'm not sure if the jury's back or if they're just back, but we'll flip it over. Oops, let me put it up there.
I've been playing close attention, and I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been presented.
What?
I want to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. Something to that effect. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The
They're still trying to fight this?
Ms. Boone is because George is dead.
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder prosecution.
She had the
conviction,
phone.
Or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury?
Are you friggin' kidding me?
Now, there are three elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and
It was.
that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now, the fact that
did.
it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase, albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of danger.
As soon as it went zipped up, that's when it was bad. That's when he didn't have any control on it.
Dangerousness
That's when it
that's
became
attributable
dangerous.
to the victim. Apparently, he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which the state must prove, and pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is equivocated, is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony and argument in this matter, not argument, but testimony that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will. And even if they were to establish negligence, that's
I wouldn't want someone to suffer.
we know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration.
They're not dismissing it. Go sit down.
The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think there's clear evidence that she was angry, but that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge because, in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Yes, thank you. Standard at this time is just a prima facie case, whether any trier of fact in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them establish the elements of the crime. There are three elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Ms. Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds should be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you, I don't care, laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events. And therefore, we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement, both on the 24th and 25th, that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are two distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Yes.
Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last. Call whatever witnesses, put on exhibits, photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of this charge and our defense, self-defense and battered spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, to then consider whether or not we've established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm going to need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion.
They should know.
To just go through it again, because I know you're going to ask to colloquy about all that. So I'm going to need a few moments with her. I don't know if it's 10 minutes maybe for the 4 lawyers, meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here or maybe back there, but just a short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity. But before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
Well, look at that. Ten-minute break. Okay, I'm going to get on my other device. I'm kind of, I can hear myself. Hold on one second. I don't know what's going on. For some reason, my mic wouldn't work. Sorry if I scared you. My mic wouldn't work on my iPad. It's so weird. I don't know what's going on with it. I was just going to do some chores as we were waiting. My daily chores that I do. Hey, Linda. Now I wonder how I get that mic to work. I've never used it before to stream, so I could have just used my phone though. I wonder how long was in the rest of that video. Not too long. Yeah, she's going to be on the stand forever and a day. Oh, Judy. Good for you, though. No nicotine. Every time my doctor's ever told me to stop smoking before surgery, I never listened. I'm so bad about it. About like the rules in surgery. Like they tell you not to have anything to drink or eat. You bet your girl is going to have some sips of something to drink. I just can't do it. I might not eat, but I'll definitely be drinking. So basically, her lawyers want to go over what with her? They should already know what they're going to go over if she's going to take the stand. Like if they had it in their mind, they knew they weren't going to win that dismissal. So they should have known the next step is you getting on the stand. I don't understand why her lawyers need a break every 5 minutes to go and talk to their client. They should have all of this ready and go. And they would have if she would have kept one of the 9 other lawyers she had. They might have been a little more prepared. Let's see what they're going to do. Nash Native says she got sick one and she couldn't do it again. Look, I remember when girls used to smoke in our school bathrooms. Oh, it stunk so bad. I'm trying not to talk too much because I can hear myself talking in my iPad. It's getting like it's making me go nuts. I smoked for a while. I smoked for a long time, actually. I thought it was cool to do. Me and a girlfriend of mine, we thought we were being sneaky. And then she quit and I couldn't because I got addicted. And I quit like 10 years ago almost. 9 years ago, I think. Pretty proud of myself for that. And I went to my friend's wedding last weekend or 2 weekends ago and I didn't smoke because they all smoke, which most of them vape now, which was amazing. I mean, I'd rather them vape than smoke. But a lot of people didn't seem like they smoked anymore, which was good. But if I go to like Chillicothe, which that's not where we were, but if I go there, I swear if there's a cigarette, I'm usually smoking it. Because I'm stressed out in that town. That town stresses me out. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm talking about cigs. I'll let you know tonight if it lasted. I'm trying to think. You should try to do a vape, Judy. My vape cost nothing. Like hardly. Like so I have the vape cost money. But for the juice and the amount that I use, it lasts me like a bottle of juice is like $20 to $25. It lasts me at least 2 months. I'd say 2 or 3 months it would last me for $25. And then I bought the vape, and this was probably $100 or so. Because if you get a good vape, then you don't have to keep changing them out. You just get a good vape, you get juice, and you don't have to do like fruity. I don't do fruity vape. I do menthol. People that smoke my vape, they're like, oh my God, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life? It probably is, Judy, but I like the vaping. I feel like I don't cough as much. And all the other, I guess, added chemicals that they put in there. But they put a lot of chemicals in vape too. I'd have to look to see how many are in mine, like in my actual juice that I smoke. That's awesome, Juno. My mom was the same way. She smoked forever. There is nicotine, yeah. So I'm addicted to the nicotine still. I just don't have the urge to smoke a cigarette. But I do save a lot of money this way. Cheryl, you can't do anything fun, which is kind of good. Because you're so pure. Aren't you allergic to like alcohol or no, pain medication or something, wasn't it? I'm like, dang, Cheryl. My medical. My doctors actually, they never really say anything about me vaping at all. I guess they're probably glad I'm off the cigarettes, but yeah, pain meds, that's what it is. I knew it was something that was like alcohol or pain medication. That's crazy. She looks ready. Oh, sorry, she said. I'm so curious. Hey, Evie. Called more. My mom used to smoke Marlboro menthol lights. And I never smoked a menthol cigarette up until I went to the hospital. And then I smoked menthol vapes in the hospital. You best believe it. And they didn't say a word to me. The person that cleans your room like every day, he comes in, he's part of the nursing staff, but he saw my vape sitting there. I guess one day my mom was in my room and I was in physical therapy, and he picked it up and he just looked at my mom and he laughed and he put it in my drawer. He was like, they didn't care. They were like, she's in here by herself. It didn't produce a lot of smoke. And I think that the guy was just like, she almost died. Just let her have her damn vape. Just let her have her vape. 11 Summer Moon, me too. And most of the states are starting to become legal, which I think they should be. Wish my dad was around for the legalization of marijuana. He would have been excited about that. He was a smoker. He didn't think we knew as kids, but we weren't dummies. We weren't dumb. I wish we had this. Okay, so there's this girl on YouTube. She's deaf and she reads lips for people. We need her right now. And don't forget, if you guys don't mind, they're getting ready to get back into court. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We'd love to have you. I'm going to change the banner because Sarah's going to be going on the trial. Sarah Boone. Let's see. Look at these two lawyers aren't even talking. They're over here laughing. Like, what? The prosecutors are giving him this side eye. I wonder if Sarah Boone's going to take her questions up there like she did before, whenever she went into the police station. Actually, I'll wait to put that up, because what if they come back and they say, "Oh no, we decided we didn't want to take the stand." I wish I could get my iPad microphone to work. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Oh wow, Nash Native. I'm sorry to hear that. I can't believe I don't know what she's thinking. Does she think she can talk herself out of this? I mean, it didn't work when she was with the two detectives in the interrogation room. I mean, she's been in jail for almost 5 years. Oh, Kranick, are you coming back, buddy? Guess not. He probably left. Yep, defense case begins by calling Sarah Boone. I'm going to see if I can sign in on my iPad. Because this is crazy. Like, the microphone isn't working. It's probably some sort of setting. I've never done it on this iPad. Never went on StreamYard, I guess. This isn't it. Let's see. I'm going to invite myself up here. Sorry, it's taking so long. I would say she's probably the only witness. Can you hear me, Anderson? You can hear me. Okay, I'm trying to make sure it doesn't echo.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Kester on behalf of the state, William J. for the state.
Defense?
James Owens from Miss Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at council's table wearing the same black blazer and dark blue blouse from this morning. She is in custody, however, not wearing any restraints, so she'll be able to stand when our jury enters. And if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you. Similarly to our conversations earlier today, I don't want to know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you have with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way?
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions. If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State? Are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering an affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am. As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Again, do you need any additional time?
No.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case,
Yes, I understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is that there should be testimony from the defendant of an overt act that particular day before there is testimony about reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come with self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it relates to her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about that.
Okay, then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and to look at that. And then the third thing is that the state had filed that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior violence that Jorge Torres committed on Sarah Boone, and there is a dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that she responded to, that she considered an imminent threat, and that she took evidence or she took action to either block or physically restrain Jorge Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you'll remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So I believe the door has been open, that I can go into that based on those statements by the two detectives. If you remember, they introduced this 2-hour video. She says, he comes at me all the time. I think eventually Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures. They were going to see videotapes of evidence that Jorge Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone. I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed on her by Jorge Torres. And so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had issues before. And the officers gave, I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video. And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the event in question chronologically. And I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
Okay. Response, if any.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. They affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. The court, in its ruling pre-trial, I'm trying to get some guidance on this, reviewed Ms. Boone's most recent statements on the matter, and there is no overt act thus testified to. So we are hopeful that we will maintain that ruling, and I don't know how it prejudices her or her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020, before we go into reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or matters of house syndrome evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag and inspect it before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour or more that the court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Judge, I think that She had that evidence view, I think, with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance. I don't remember exactly, but it had already been previously scheduled. I was in Milton, so they went ahead and did it that morning at, I believe, at the jail. I believe the evidence,
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
because
When I sent my jury out?
I've been meeting with my client about
Okay.
her rights to testify or not, and other related matters. So in terms of not giving her this evidence,
In
They
terms
better
of
not
anything
go
that the
and
state
give
has
another break.
discussed.
I've just been busy with my client.
Okay. How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these exhibits and
Are you
look
friggin'
at
kidding me?
the baseball bat and the suitcase, which have been entered into evidence?
I would think 15 minutes.
Oh my, another 15.
I'm very concerned because
Yep.
it is 11:25 and I discharged our jury some time ago. And I don't want to be in a position where we have to break in the middle of testimony.
May I suggest that we just take an early lunch? It's 11:30. Let's take an early lunch. We've got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here. And then I believe tomorrow is Wednesday. We've got Dr. Brannon. It's going to be here first thing Wednesday morning. And then I believe Dr. Harper's not going to be here till Thursday morning.
I swear.
So we're going to have a little gap in time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that. But I think for purposes of this, Judge, in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over this evidence with my client before she testifies. And
Well, with all
I
due
have not
respect,
had a
sir, I
chance
got
do
dishes to
that,
do.
other than seeing it here today. But I think I need to do that with her before she testifies.
Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Ooh, he mad. He's big mad. Look at her. She ain't happy. Oh, there's the blonde lady. They have 4 or 5, right? 4 or 5 lawyers helping Sarah Boone, and this is what we get. Yeah, we could do Leilani. Let me see. Go over to court. Are they doing it through Court TV or Law and Crime? I can't remember. Oh, both. Court TV. Okay. They're probably going to come back and say that we're on, a break. Let me make a banner so people know that what we're doing over here. I gotta see when he says breaks until. All righty, boys and girls, let's do this. I wish there was a way to stream like both at the same time. But we can go over to Leilani's after they say when they're going to come back from their break, so we know. We'll just cruise over there. Let me fix the closed captioning for you guys a little bit. He's probably saying you ain't getting any more breaks after this. He's probably done with giving people the breaks, I mean, I would be. It is 11:30 and they haven't even started today, really, other than finishing up with that female detective. Is that the jury? Or no, that's the gallery, isn't it? I was like, they all look bored. Look at them all. Are you even supposed to have your cell phones out? I guess so, because all these people are just tweeting and stuff. I'll go over to X and see if there's anything on there about her. Let's see. Sarah Boone to testify. Let's see. Oh, she's smiling there. Look at this one. Hers looks so happy. She does look really happy there. That's sad. The prosecution rests an hour ago, says, and the jury's being sent out. Expect defense to argue for judgment of acquittal. Well, they did, and they didn't get it. They do that in every case. What's this? Former Abercrombie and Fitch CEO Mike Jeffries has been arrested in a shocking, which I don't think anything shocking with him, trafficking investigation involving young men. Wow. Wow. You piece of crap. What? Oh, I was looking on Delphi to see. There's like a bunch of people just sitting there trying to keep warm. Like we're sitting outside, waiting today. Nancy Grace did a new video on that. I was going to play it. What is going on here, Sarah Boone? Oh, wow. No, I didn't, Nash. I hope that they do get the transcripts. We deserve something. Yeah, that's what I say. Some of the courts are like that, where you can have your phone. Some courts are not. And with that case, it being so fresh and it being a child, I could see why they'd say no phones. So sad. My dog's looking at me. Like, what are you doing? We're not usually in here at this time. Don't worry, I'm going to get up in a minute. I have some chores to do today. Thank you, 11 Summer Moon, for gifting a membership. I don't know who got it because I don't have my iPad beside me. I have it out in the kitchen on my other desk, so I can, like an adjustable, movable desk, so I could do some things while we were listening to Sarah's testimony. I am really excited and eager to hear what she's got to say after 4.5 years. Hey, Victoria. Right, Temp is why they wait to do this now, because they want more. They want to get more time. They're buying the clock. I don't see Doodlebug. Oh, is that who got the? Oh, maybe that's who got it. I don't see Doodlebug. Did she block me? What's taking so long? This could have been the 15 minutes they used to look at this exhibit. They're gonna come back on just to say that they're gonna take a lunch, I bet.
It is 11:35. Councils have matters that they need to address with Madam Clerk for the pre-marking of exhibits and along with the review of the suitcase and back, which were previously entered into evidence. I'm going to bring based on the agreement of the parties, I'm going to bring our jury panel in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State,
Okay.
any disagreement with the battle plan so far? Same question, Mr. Robbins. All right, let's go ahead and stand.
Okay, so 1 o'clock. I am going to leave the chat on. I'm going to be in and out because I'm going to be doing some chores around the home. And plus, I have to take the dogs out. But look at this, though. We can't even go to Leilani's. Court's on a 15-minute break. When did that start? Hold on, I think it started a while ago. Okay, it started like 8 minutes ago. So, whoopsie, we'll put it over here. Let's see. Okay. Why do I keep doing that? There we go. I was like, oh my gosh, they say they're going to be right back too. Everyone's on a break. Leave your phone on, go Bulldogs. Just kidding. Oh, okay. The dealer's coming up on her trial. Okay. If you're not familiar with Leilani Simon's trial, she is a young mother that unalived her son, and after she unalived him brutally, she threw his remains, his body, into a garbage can at Azalea Trailer Park, drove home like nothing happened. Took him 6 weeks, but 6 weeks later, 1.2 million pounds of trash, they found him. So it's amazing that they found him. Now Leilani's on trial finally. It's been 2 years. Not like Sarah Boone's 4, almost 5 years, but she's going to be seeing the inside of a jail cell for a long time. With any, if it's any good inclination, Yes, Judy. Well, if I was that judge, I would start to be getting a little upset. They're asking for a little bit too much. And he has actually, obliged by a lot of it. Yeah, everyone make sure you get your potty break in and everything. They said 1 o'clock for Sarah Boone, so I'm going to put that on the banner. So that way everyone knows. And there we go. Wait, that's the wrong one. Okay, let's see what they say for Leilani. Let's see how long it's been. Like 10, 11 minutes. So it should be about 4 minutes. Let's see what they're saying, if anything, over on Twitter about her. What? What is she doing? Okay, so where's Carl? Ferguson that's usually in our chat, he's not in here because we're not doing Sebastian probably, but canine handler Julia, it has Captain Ganja in here too. Look at this. Carl, hi, sweetheart. I heard you're still talking at that talk today. Carl Ferguson at Captain Ganja. I think a certain she might not be a she. Oh, ugh. I didn't read the comment first, but man, they're really going back and forth. Carl, what are you doing, Carl? Can't be saying that, Carl, but still. I thought it was going to say something about her not being like a licensed dog canine person, you know what I mean? Because that's usually what it is. But it's like she's in these chats and she sees these comments. She's just like BJ. She'll find a comment in a chat from 4 years ago or something weird. And she'll just be like, it's the end of the world or something. If I spoke up every time someone says something about me, all we be doing is talking about stuff. Because I'm sure people talk about me, you know? I'm sure people talk about me. Nothing to really talk about, though. But she does look very strong. I think she's pretty. But I think she's pretty, but I think she has something that she needs. I think there's some things that she needs to work out, some kinks, if you would. Which we all have them, but not a lot of people don't insert themselves into an investigation like her. Okay, so Sarah's on lunch until 1. They should be coming back any second. I wonder what chat that was in. I haven't been in any chats, though. Oh, I guess he wrote on the 21st something about it, too. Oh, wow. Carl's written it 3 times. She put in true crime lullabies in here, too. Wow, what the hell? It says also true crime lullabies, a.k.a. Renee, how cute. What in the world? Wow, what is going on in the world? Right, Nash Native? She does kind of look like a younger version of Terry Dean. Yeah, so I guess they said it in a few chats. There's a lot of things that we would say back in the day that you guys guess you shouldn't say today, but does that consider us old if we say it? You know, like old people used to be like, oh, that it's just because they're old. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be us someday soon. I feel like someday soon that's gonna be me. I'll be the one that someone says she's just saying that because she's old. I mean, it's just craziness out here in the world today. You really got to watch what you say all the time, and you shouldn't. I mean, like, I guess people are having the problems with people saying the word guys, like calling people guys, like, hey guys. I always do that. Don't take offense to it. I just always say it because collectively as a group, I think of guys, us guys, like women and men. I know we don't. I've been telling Vince, I'm like, you need to get me onto Discord. I still have the tab of on my laptop. What is today? I'll make sure he does that this week. It's Tuesday. I can't ever get him to do anything unless it's like a weekend, it seems like. He's always so tired after work. Poor guy. Poor guy. All right, come on, Leilani, or someone come on because y'all are messing with my cleaning. I gotta get my chores done. It's been over 15 minutes. Then press forward. There we go. And Judy said, "Hey, I'm not old." June knows that I just finished cleaning the bathroom. I do that on the weekends. Vincent's like, "You do this every week." And I'm like, "Yeah, like that's gross if I didn't." And he's like, "But you do it every week." I'm like, "Yeah, and I vacuum every day. I'm weird. Most people don't vacuum every day, probably. I do. I've got animals. I have a slight touch of the OCD. And by slight, I mean I got hit with every stick on the way down from that tree, from the OCD tree. Oh, Juno. My mom used to live by herself. And I don't think she never wore a pair of earpods. Oh my gosh. I wish that my mom could have lived a little longer to experience some of the technology that's out. Vincent mentioned something about me getting a new computer. And he's just like said he's waiting on it to come out. And I'm like, I'm a Libra. I'm a Libra. No, my mom wasn't Capricorn. She was Cancer. They've been on break forever, I know. Like, we already know she's going to be found guilty, I'm sure of it, but maybe not if they can get somebody to think that Daniel had anything to do with it, I guess. I don't think that they're going to, though. Yeah, what is going on? I need to get back into Delphi. I saw that Nancy Grace did an episode. I need to listen to it. Maybe we'll listen to that tonight. Because she did it on a podcast. It should be coming out tonight on a video. What are we doing here? I might, Reba. If Vincent doesn't get on it soon. I usually listen to music when I'm cleaning. I'll listen to it on my Google thing. I'll just say, "Hey, Google, play music." And it plays pretty good music. I think I can stream Andrea. I think so. I think I've done it once or twice before with Idaho before I knew that before I really knew who she was. Look at that. Reba said, "I also found out in research yesterday that POTS and autism are linked." I need to look into POTS. They need to look into that. I told my doctor, like my neurologist, I guess that it's hard to get diagnosed with it, but I'm telling you, I think that's what I got. 11 Summer Moon, that's what I did. I downloaded it. I opened it. Well, I think I made a room. Let me see. Open Discord. Yeah, I think I did. I've got like a members chat and then a regular chat. I don't know. It'll probably take them 2 seconds to figure it out. Show me, and it'll be fine. State of Georgia. Wisdom, justice, I don't know what this says. Under nation or one nation under, I don't know. I don't think they're coming back. I think they just said they're done for the day. Let's see. Hmm. Trying to see if I could find anything. Harvey Weinstein diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. Karma's a bitch. What's everyone doing over on YouTube today? Anybody doing anything over there? I can't believe they're still on break. They said 15 minutes. Okay, so man, we might like start doing like get ready with me's or something like halfway through the trial when we're on break. So you guys at least just like, I don't know, see me doing something. I feel bad. You lost your OCD when you lost your son? Oh, I get you. I get you. But mine increased with the loss of my mom and my car accident. But my car accident mostly was because I had to be more organized because I'm blind in one eye. So when you only have vision in one eye, you need to be more organized. You can't be tripping over things and doing all the things, you know. There are so many people like streaming either Sarah Boone or Leilani. Except for JLR. Let's see. Looney Boone takes the stand. Everybody that's on court TV, they need to come and sit in our group or Law and Crime. Oh, maybe he didn't want to be on TV. Like, where is she? Ooh. I don't know why these two dogs are trying to sleep on the same bed, but they are. There's two beds here, and they're both sleeping on the same one. That's funny. They're ready to go take a potty break. I didn't want to leave you guys in silence. Oh, wow, 11 Summer Moon. That sounds interesting. Wow. I don't even think I heard of that one. Oh, it increased. Oh, yeah, I get you. They are cuddle buddies. They are. They really are. Mia has to be touching someone or something. She, like the big gray dog, she has to be on somebody. Well, okay. Wait, something's going on. Hold on. Okay, how come it looks like Grizzly has it on? She just started watching 11 minutes ago, so maybe she's going back to the beginning. Yeah, because she must be going back to like the beginning of today. Because this was the first guy.
In case additional measures may be needed.
No.
Now, starting.
Oh, yeah, she is starting at the beginning. I was just like, how's she getting it? But she's not. Oh, so she can forward through the break. That's a good idea. They're going to start lunch, yeah. I'm wondering if we should go off for an hour or if I should just play something and like let the chat just kind of hang. Let me see. Sarah. Okay. Here we go. At least this will give us something to kind of watch while we're waiting on something to happen. Let's see. There's going to be 8 disturbing moments in the Sarah Boone's suitcase murder trial so far. Actually, okay, I will do this one.
Jorge Torres shot in a suitcase. She did this with the malicious intent to punish him.
Prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved the man. She hated the abuse. She was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from Jorge Torres.
Opening statements kicked off on Friday in the trial against alleged suitcase killer Sarah Boone. She's accused of convincing her boyfriend to get inside of a suitcase, then zipping it shut and leaving him there to die. As we follow this highly anticipated trial, we're going to recap the key moments the jury heard from opening statements. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, after many delays and many defense attorneys, the trial against Sarah Boone is finally underway out in Florida. The 46-year-old is charged with second-degree murder for the death of Jorge Torres Jr., who was found dead inside of a suitcase inside the couple's shared apartment. This happened back on February 24th, 2020. The prosecution has been pointing to a number of pieces of evidence, but particularly key videos allegedly taken by Boone where you can hear George begging to be let out of the suitcase, with Boone appearing to basically laugh and taunt him. Boone told police that she went to bed shortly after those videos were taken, leaving George to die in the luggage. And by the way, when we talk about second-degree murder, what she's charged with, that is defined as the unlawful killing of a human being when perpetrated by an act imminently dangerous to another and evincing a depraved mind, regardless of human life. And you can make the argument that is exactly what the allegations are here, locking somebody up in a suitcase so they suffocate to death. Although, to be clear, with second-degree murder, there is no premeditation here. You didn't need to deliberate on killing this person. As we're sorting through these opening statements in what is a truly disturbing case, can I just take a minute to talk about something nice, something positive for once? Actually, it's something that I think you're going to really like. I know I do. It is the ability to get cash back when you buy gas, groceries, and food. I'm talking about our sponsor. I guess wanted ad, essentially a wanted ad for attorneys to represent her. She is now being represented by James Owens, who volunteered to take on her case. This is after Judge Michael Kranick ruled she had forfeited her right to counsel. So what is her defense after all is said and done? Well, she told police originally that she and George were playing a game of hide and seek. They were influenced by a little bit of alcohol, and George voluntarily got into the suitcase during this game. Now, her attorney has argued that she acted out of self-defense because she says that George had abused her in the past, though he also argued she had no intention of leaving him there to die. It's a battered person syndrome, right? If you're in a position where you're being abused, then that can help justify the use of self-defense. It goes to the state of mind in a way. We'll get to the defense in a minute, but I want to break down the highlights of these openings. And when we talk about openings, opening statements, very, very important in any trial. They're the first opportunity for both sides to preview what their case will be, what the evidence will show. But we got to start with the prosecution. They go first. It's their burden. In the state's opening, prosecutor William J. began by reading a transcript to the jury of the video showing George inside of the suitcase, what that back and forth was about. Because again, the allegation is that Boone essentially left him in there to die because she believed he deserved it. Let's listen.
From a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, you. And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, you. And the defendant laughs. Sarah, stupid. Sarah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah, I can't breathe, baby. Seriously. Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me. Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. She laughs again. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 I can't breathe, baby. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, you. I can't breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the up. Sarah, shh, is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase.
So right off the bat, the prosecution lays out what may prove to be the most significant piece of evidence in this trial, the 11-minute video of George zipped up inside of that suitcase. And you can hear from this transcript that Sarah Boone is essentially cursing at George and even shushing him as he tells her repeatedly he can't breathe. And the following morning, Boone says she came downstairs and upon discovering that George was dead, called 911. The prosecution recited what she told dispatchers in that call from February 25th, 2020.
What you will not hear are tears. You will not hear sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake, he's purple, he's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep.
And as the prosecutor continued to paint out Sarah Boone as a cold-blooded killer, he also honed in on what Boone appeared to tell law enforcement about any alleged violence from that night. Let's listen.
When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before. She described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again. She insists that she has no injuries on her. And you don't have to take her word for it because they took photographs of her and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day.
So if the prosecution can prove that there was no threat of imminent violence, no threat of imminent danger during this incident, then that can certainly sink Sarah Boone's self-defense argument, because you can only use deadly force to prevent an immediate threat. It also has to be proportional too. Your use of force has to be proportional to the threat. You know, when you think about it, defendants have a difficult time enough trying to argue they were justified in shooting somebody or stabbing somebody in self-defense when they perceived a threat to their life. But locking somebody in a suitcase, that may be a tough one. And we'll get to the defense in a second. But towards the end of the prosecution's opening statement, they also raised another important question. Was Sarah Boone possibly considering killing George prior to the suitcase incident?
But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Miss Boone. The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces and nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote unquote dad hit me in the face. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall. January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo. Sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres. Referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of.
Okay, so that was some of the prosecution's opening statement. Now it's time for the defense's opening statement, their turn. And Boone's defense, of course, painted a very different picture of what had occurred that night, arguing that the victim in this case, Jorge Torres Jr., was abusing Sarah Boone throughout the course of their relationship, and that she had to use reasonable force that night to prevent him from attacking her.
And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that Jorge Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had, and considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, is what this is about. How are disagreements resolved? But George was very jealous of Sarah. And you're going to hear the testimony about that. And that he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her.
Owens even referred to this suitcase incident as a unique form of restraint, and that it gave Boone the opportunity to have a captive audience.
Well, she comes down the steps, she sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there and, they see each other, they smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch. And at some point he says, I can't breathe. Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opening. And she doesn't know. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him down, claims he can't get up. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved her man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried taking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable.
And Owens mentioned to this jury that they will get to hear from Sarah Boone herself. So by all accounts, and she could change her mind, but she seems at this point ready to testify. Again, that's a big, big thing to do. Always a risk for a defendant to do that. And again, she's expected to claim self-defense. So that will be certainly interesting to watch. And after the openings, the jury heard Boone's 911 phone call. They even got to see the body cam footage of law enforcement's response to that call. The jury also got to see the suitcase from the night in question. So it should be a really interesting one to follow. We're at the start of this. There's a lot of different ways this can go. And I just will say it's kind of remarkable that we're finally here at trial, given all of the twists and turns and all of the attorneys. But we're going to continue to monitor what happens in the Sarah Boone trial, and we will update you on anything big that should happen, including, of course, Sarah Boone testifying. That's all we have for you here on this episode of Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it. And as always,
Okay, we still got a little bit of time, so Leilani's trial's still on break. Let me see. Figure we'll just keep on watching. Here we go. Look at this. See what they got there.
Didn't even call, or at least not yet.
Right. Sorry, someone had shouted something, so I missed the end there. But I will say that the state said they're presenting their case, and their case is the cell phone video. In opening statements, William J., the assistant state attorney, had said, "This is our case." And he read the transcript of the cell phone video showing Sarah Boone filmed Jorge Torres inside the suitcase as he was pleading for her to let him out. And they, like I said, read that transcript and they said, "This is our case." And they showed the cell phone video. They showed the nearly 2-hour interrogation video in court last night, which is why court went late yesterday. Court's supposed to be done at 5 o'clock. I think it was done shortly around 6 o'clock yesterday, went an hour long because they wanted to get through that interrogation video.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be, I think the prosecution believes, and I think there's some truth for it. I mean, we will see, but I think there's got to be some truth that it's going to be difficult for those jurors to look past what happens in that cell phone video and the way she is acting and try to, if the defense wants them to reconcile that behavior in that cell phone video with her saying, some of the fear that she supposedly felt, it does seem like that could be a hurdle.
Yes, but in that video, you hear Sarah Boone, "This is how I feel when you choke me." So that is where the defense is going to use this video to talk about some of that previous abuse and talk about how once he got in there, she was scared of him coming out and hurting her. So that is what they are going to say.
It's going to be,
and that is what we're going to hear from Sarah Boone when she testifies, that version of events that we really haven't heard before.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big thing this afternoon. Really all eyes looking ahead to Sarah Boone taking the stand, which we expect very shortly now. I mean, we're 40 minutes away from 1 o'clock, and she's going to be the first witness that is called by the defense. So, Stephanie, before we let you go, just kind of bottom line it for us, what you're looking for this afternoon.
I think we're looking to hear Sarah's version of the events as she tells it. I think we're looking to hear about her demeanor and if she kind of just doesn't show emotion like she really hasn't been, other than when she walks in the courtroom, she smiles with her attorneys and then she's kind of straight faced. So I think we're all looking to see if, Sarah Boone has any reaction as she's talking about this and talking about previous abuse. And of course, they have to get to that point of proving self-defense before they can move forward to that. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we certainly will. We know they have spent some of the lunch break looking through that evidence and spent some of the morning talking with Sarah Boone, and I'm sure letting her know some of the things that, giving her a little bit of advice before she takes the stand. So certainly going to be interesting to watch, and we will have that for you here on Fox Local, on fox35orlando.com. and on YouTube as well. And Stephanie, you've been doing a great job inside the courtroom, and we appreciate you joining us this afternoon to talk with us about it.
Thank you, Garrett.
All right, and we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back with more coverage in just a couple of minutes.
All of a sudden, everyone needs a dang break. Let's see what we got going on. Let's go back. We'll just look to see what we got going on here. Is she back on?
Factor the impact.
Oh, they're back on the line. He saw him in trial.
The judicial proceeding.
Here we go.
We think that, given his concerns about recording and broadcasting, we think that the truth-seeking function of this criminal trial will be.
Oh, amenity?
Not doing that.
Immunity, I mean. Amenity, I mean.
Of him and Tim Weston, should he testify.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Your Honor, since we're just dealing with flat statements without any evidence to support them, my objection is the exact opposite of that. With the only two exceptions in the trial so far, one having to do with a minor child, which I think everyone agreed on, and the other one having to do with an agent who may or may not have testified that we didn't want to have their identity revealed for reasons, okay, that are enumerated, and again, not a great objection to. We don't have that here, okay? Mr. Weston is a civilian. He's not a minor. He's not under indictment. He's been granted use immunity. I'm sorry if the things that he's testifying about may be personally embarrassing to him, but I didn't call him as a witness, and the rules we've been playing under have been the same for everyone. I don't see, Mr. Dean baldly states, well, due process can be served by this. Well, I can baldly state that due process would not be served by it, and we're right back at the beginning of the analysis. So everyone in here has objected to the media coverage thus far, every opportunity we've been given. So I'm not saying this because I'm any great fan of having cameras in the courtroom, because I'm not, okay? I am saying this, though, that the rules that we've been playing by, every witness has had to come in here and testify so far, with only those two exceptions, have had to testify in front of the cameras. So I think Mr. Weston should have to as well. I'm sorry if he finds it embarrassing or he doesn't like it. But other than that, he has use immunity. So any potential legal ramifications are out the window at this point. So I think that that use immunity promotes due process and fairness more than anything. Other than that, we're just talking about his own personal embarrassment, and that's not one of the factors, Judge. So we object.
Mr. Dean, looking at considerations 1, 2, and 6, is there anything particularly about the nature of the particular proceeding at issue? What can you tell the court more about that in your objection?
This witness is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. It's one thing he is a private citizen. He is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. He's testifying under compulsion and under a grant of immunity, and might also be asked about perhaps about criminal activity for which he will never be tried, and will therefore never be vetted in a court. And this is the same reason that the federal government doesn't name unindicted co-conspirators in indictments, because unindicted co-conspirators are never going to get a trial and an opportunity to flesh out the truth or falsity of the allegations against them. There's sort of a parallel thing going on here with him. And as to, so I think that's enough factually to state that, and that goes to the nature of the proceedings. As to the objection issue, I mean, I'm just proffering and stating in my place as an officer of the court that he objects, and he objects strongly.
And you've cleared up a question I had in my mind. So,
may I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
You sure you
If not, that's fine. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Sit down.
What do you want to say, Mr. Dean?
I was just going to say that this idea that the court's decisions about recording or broadcasting the trial at large and the testimony of other witnesses, in that there ought to be some, there's like a principle of consistency that ought to control here, just seems to me to be totally at odds with the multifactorial, fact-specific, witness-specific tests set forth in the
Are you
code.
saying that's what the court is doing?
No. That's what I took Mr. Hilliard to be urging the court to do, is to apply a uniform rule for all witnesses and all the subject matter of the trial. And I just don't think that's what the code section calls for.
Mr. Dean,
Yeah.
I know you're about to go on, and
If
you
you let
don't
me.
need to.
Okay.
You will,
Okay.
you will, and I don't need you to.
I do have something to say about that. You asked about the nature of the proceeding, so this is kind of a different thing. He gave an answer to it. I'm going to see if I can summarize Mr. Dean's argument. We've hauled in a witness by compulsory process. We are offering this witness. We have given this witness immunity, and we've subpoenaed them into this murder trial. And now, because he feels some kind of way about being embarrassed, that we're going to change the rules for this witness, which is all what they've done. So I don't understand how you can create the problem, cement the problem, alleviate the problem with this particular witness, and then think that, I'm the one who's objecting to it, and I'm the bad guy, because I think this guy should play by the same rules if every other person they've done the exact same thing to has had to play by the entire trial. I don't see there's anything unique about the nature of this particular proceeding. I don't see there's anything about this particular witness that makes it relevant or necessary to turn the cameras off. And I don't say that because I want them on. I don't. I say that because I don't see a reason to carve out an exception for Mr. Weston. He's not that special. And that's the reason why I'm objecting to it.
Rules are here to guide us, and 15-110 is here.
She's going to
guide us
turn
with
them
regards to
cameras off
video
just because he
taping
said
and
that.
televising and recording. I do think there is a balancing test. There are several conditions that are listed, things that the court should consider and hear from all parties. All situations are a little bit different. And in taking this case in particular, and the state's objection, I'm going to grant I'm not going to require Mr. Weston to testify with the cameras on. I think
Told you.
that Mr. Dean
Just when he said he's not that special, that made her decision.
gave an argument for, one, the nature and particular proceeding at issue that helps satisfy the court. He also stated condition two, but condition 6 I find is very persuasive. The impact upon due process and the truth finding function of the judicial proceeding. Given what the particular scenario is with this witness and some of the factors that play in, I am going to require that cameras not roll and that it not be recorded. Of course, the fact finders who are here will still be able to hear all of the evidence. They will be able to see him. And anyone who's in the courtroom will be able to hear from him. This is still an open courtroom, although in my discretion, I am not going to allow this witness testimony to be broadcast. Okay. And so with that, is there anything else that we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
And you need Mr. Hilliard, you wanted a copy of the order?
I have it right here, Judge. I did want it to be certified though, just so I can use it on Mr. Weston when the time comes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Bryant.
Yes, Grace.
Your Honor, is Mr. Weston the next witness so that we can be made aware of when he's going to testify?
What I anticipate is Detective Lemons. Detective Lemons is going to be called next, and then after her, after Detective, then Mr. Weston is going to be called. And I would ask that you cut the camera footage and recording at that time.
And just to clarify, that would be audio as well as video.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we describe his testimony as reporters in
Yeah.
talking about what's happened in the day or no?
This is an open courtroom. We're just not recording and broadcasting that portion.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I don't mean to, all right, so we're allowed to quote him if we take direct quotes, that's fine?
Yes. All right. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors Insumer.
Thank you. All right, please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. I think I said 15, but I think it grew into an hour. So I appreciate your patience. Honestly, we are not dancing and having a party while you guys are in the back. The work continues. I'm going to turn now to the state. You may call your next witness.
Marion Lemons.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue, so you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
One more time for good measure.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you testified, feels like a long time ago now, about the defendant's October 5th interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, right?
Yes.
And over the course of that day, she disclosed 2 trips away from the residence on the night of October 4th, morning of October 5th.
Yes.
And on that day, what was the story as to the first trip, the earlier of the 2?
She described going to the Flacco's Tacos to meet up with a gentleman she knew as Red.
To do what?
To pay back a drug front.
Over time, I guess by October 12th, in the interview with Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon that we watched more recently in time, did that story change?
Yes, it did.
How did it change?
It moved from meeting Red for a drug front at the Flacco's Tacos into meeting Red/Craig on Arkwright to buy cocaine and Percocets.
What do you mean by Red/Craig?
She told the interviewers that Red is Craig in that interview.
Okay, same person.
Yes.
Okay. As early as October 5th, you had thumbed through her phone, right?
Yes.
And on that day, did you at some point, did you see messages in her phone between her and a contact saved as Craig?
Correct.
When do you remember first seeing those messages?
I believe I mentioned them on October 5th to her.
Okay. And did you ask her a question about Craig that day?
I did.
What was the question that you asked her?
I think I asked her specifically, who is Craig?
Did you ask her whether there was anything going? What did she say to that, if you remember?
I believe she referred to him as an older white male that was not red.
And it was on the 12th that she said, actually, Craig and Red are the same person.
Yes.
And it's an African-American gentleman, right?
Yes.
Okay. On the 5th, you had seen messages between her and a contact saved as Craig, right? Day
Yes.
one. And did you ask her whether there was anything sexual going on between the two of them?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say about that?
I believe in that specific interview, I don't fully remember what she said.
Okay. At some point in the investigation, did she deny that though?
Yes, she did.
Okay. You later received a copy of her cell phone extraction, correct?
Yes.
And did you select and export from that cell phone extraction all of her communications with the contact saved as Craig?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you State's Exhibit 91?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
So this is an extraction report of all communications and anything that has to do with the user she has saved as Craig.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 91.
No objection, Judge.
It's admitted.
Now, does this exhibit show when she first saved Craig as a contact?
Yes, it does.
And what was that date?
On September 16th in 2022.
Okay, so that would have been how long before Quentin's disappearance? Like a little less than 3 weeks, maybe?
Correct.
Okay. In moving forward from that, is there a series of text message exchanges between the two of them leading up to October 4th?
Yes, text messages and phone calls.
And does this document include all of them?
Yes, it does.
Before we get into, reading individual ones and describing when they were sent and received and so forth, let me just ask you, can you kind of summarize what these communications show as far as what was going on with the two of them, between the two of them during, say, late September, early October?
So pretty much from when Leilani saved Craig into her phone, it appears that they began a sexual relationship and were scheduling meetups to meet and have sexual intercourse.
And where was it that they appeared to be meeting?
At his place of residence.
And where is that?
Off of Arkwright.
Okay. On Arkwright Road?
Yes.
Off of Highway 204?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier that you identified Craig as Craig Weston of Arkwright Road.
Yes.
Okay. Let me draw your attention to a few of these and have you talk us through them, okay?
Okay.
Can you go to line 7?
Yes.
So this thing is like, we've had some of these bubble style exports. This is a table style, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. It's just a different way of pushing text messages out of the Cellbrite extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Line 7. Can you walk us through this message, including like the date and time and who sent it to whom and what it says?
Okay. So again, these are only from Craig and Leilani. So this one's from Craig saying WRY, which is commonly known as Where Are You? On September 25th at 2:24 a.m.
All right. So middle of the night.
Yeah.
All right. Line 8, can you just kind of walk through these from that one through line 16?
Okay. So the previous message was at 2:24 a.m. The next one is from Leilani at 2:25 that says, I'm home on Buckhalter. At 2:25 from Craig, hello. 2:26 a.m. from Leilani, I can come back out there. At 2:38 a.m. from Leilani on the way. And then at 2:46 a.m., Leilani sends a video message. This is a thumbnail of the video that she sent, and it appears to be of a trailer from inside of a vehicle.
Now, you've been to Arkwright Road
I have,
and you've seen the structures out there?
yes.
Does this appear to show that she was present there at that time?
I believe it's the back part of Arkwright.
Okay. And that was at 2:46.
Correct.
So it looks like she's there at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to line 13.
So at 2:48 a.m., Craig says, okay, 1 minute. And then it skips to 5:55 p.m., so several hours later.
That would be like 13 hours later or something like
Yes.
that. Okay.
Craig asked, you okay today? You man here.
And how does she respond to that?
At 6:54 p.m., she says, yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing. And then in response at 6:58 p.m., Craig says, okay, well, was thinking about you.
All right. So is that set of messages that we described, does that appear to be the first visit by the defendant to Craig that we see reflected in this set of messages at least?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go forward to line 62 on page 5.
Okay.
And if you could just do the same thing for 62 through 76. Go nice and slow with the times and everything.
Okay. So this is on September 26th at 11:59 p.m. from Leilani. On the way now, be there in about 12 to 14 minutes. At 12:04 a.m., Craig initiates a phone call and they speak for 53 seconds. At 12:05 a.m., Craig says, okay. At 12:06 a.m., Craig says, okay, I'm in back to my camper. Stay close to your left. My dog gonna try eat your car, but he won't.
And the next one?
At 12:16 a.m., Craig says hello. At 12:16 a.m., Leilani says, okay, I'm passing Quaco now. At 12:17 a.m., Leilani initiates a phone call for 19 seconds with Craig. And then at 12:21 a.m., Craig says door open. Then skipping to 1:22 a.m., the previous was at 12:21. Leilani says, I'm home. I loved those hugs.
I'm home. I love those hugs.
Yep.
All right. So based on when she said she was passing Quaco Road on the way there, and when she says, I'm home, I love those hugs, roughly how long does it appear that she spent at Craig's place that night?
Roughly 45 minutes.
Okay. Moving on to line 41, when is this message sent in relation to the last one we just read?
Yep. So the last one was at 1:22, where she's saying, I'm home. I loved those hugs. The following message is from Craig at 1:26 a.m. And it says, okay, not more than I did. I was about to grab that kitty one time.
What does she say to that?
In response at 1:26, she said, LMFAO, you most definitely could have, exclamation point. And then at
do you think people generally know what LMFAO means?
It's laugh my fucking ass off, in case you didn't.
No. All right. 73, what's that? What does that one say?
73 is at 1:29 a.m. from Craig. Shit, I sure wanted to, like I see how it looked, FR.
Try that one again, sorry. Read it slowly.
Yeah.
And before you do that, what date are we on?
9:27.
Early morning hours of September 27th. Okay, go ahead with 73.
Yep, 73 at 1:29 a.m. Shit, I sure wanted to like to see how it looked. FR.
What does FR mean?
For real.
Okay. How does the defendant respond to that in line 74?
So 74 at 1:36 a.m. is a response from Leilani sending a video message to Craig of herself masturbating.
75?
75 is at 1:38. So after the video message, Craig says, "Damn, you just made me hard as fuck. Thank you."
And 76?
76 is at 1:39 a.m. from Leilani. Well, shit, I'm glad I did.
Moving on to 117. And this will be the last set that I'll ask you to read, okay? If you could take us through 117 through 131. Stop at 131, okay?
Okay. So it's on October 1st at 12:24 a.m. is the first message from Leilani. Dealing with Danny flipping his shit. As soon as I can leave here, I'll let you know. Craig responds at 12:34 a.m. K. And then at 1:14 a.m. from Craig, if you can't come out, it's okay. At 1:15 a.m. from Leilani, I'm about to head that way, just probably can only stay for a couple hours though. Is that okay? Then at 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, heading to the car now. At 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, be there in about 20. At 1:25 a.m., Craig says, well, you want to park at rideshare.
What is rideshare?
It's pretty much just like an empty parking lot about a quarter mile from Arkwright. It's commonly known in that area as the rideshare.
Okay, go ahead.
At 1:26 a.m., Leilani says, yeah, I will. At 1:56 a.m., Leilani says, just pulled into the rideshare. At 2 a.m., they have a 2-second conversation over the phone. At 2 a.m., Craig says 2 min, which is 2 minutes. And then at 2:01, Leilani says, okay.
All right, so per those messages, it looks like by shortly after 2 a.m., they would have been together then?
Yes.
Okay. And the next message, 129?
So that one is at 3:23 a.m. The previous was at 2:01. Craig's
almost like an hour and a half has passed or so.
Yes, more than an hour. That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. FRI, no, I made you come for a long time.
That was from Craig to the defendant.
Yes.
All right, the next message.
That one's at 3:56 a.m. from Leilani. I would be down to do that again anytime.
131.
At 3:56 a.m., Leilani says, and yes, you did for a good ass min. And then the following message is at 11:59 p.m.
So how much time has passed at this point?
Well over 12 hours.
Okay, so this is like the next night.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the date now?
It is 10:01. So at 11:59, Craig says, you okay? On 10:02 at 9:02 a.m., Leilani says, yes, I'm okay. She then responds, about to drive over there actually. At 9:46 a.m., Craig responds, damn, you was tired or I got rid of a lot of your stress. At 9:46, Craig says, LOL. At 9:47, Leilani says, a lot of stress was released. I need that sleep. At 9:54 a.m., Craig says, that's good shit. I was ready for round 2 last night, but it's okay. You needed that rest. You look well rested.
And then 140.
And then 140 is at 9:57 a.m. from Leilani. I'm still wiping the crust from my eyes.
All right. So these seem to show that over the week leading up to Quentin's disappearance, that the defendant was getting male attention from Craig like 3-4 times, something like that.
It would appear so, yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Mr. Hilliard?
I do have a few about State's Exhibit 91, Judge. Detective Lemons, let's talk about the text messages you didn't mention. Okay. I'll start on page 1. So the contact for Craig was added on September 16th, correct?
Yes.
That's the first time that this appears anywhere in here to the best of your knowledge and mine, correct?
Yes.
Right. Did you see anything to this number prior to that?
No.
Okay. So on the first page, instant message 6, if you would, did Mr. Dean ask you to read that one?
No, he didn't.
Okay. What does that one say? And who's it from and who's it to?
On 9/25 at 2:23 a.m., Leilani says, I needed a 50, but no one was there.
What is a 50 commonly referred to as? Is that a drug slang?
I believe it's just a number.
I needed a 50, but no one was there?
I don't know what she was intending there. I mean, I can assume it's drug lingo, but what exactly it is, I don't know.
Okay. Well, you seem to know what WRY meant, correct?
Yes.
And you're currently stationed at CNT, correct?
I am.
Okay. So, using your experience and your knowledge as an agent over at the counter narcotics team, when someone says they need a 50, what are they commonly referring to?
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard his line of questioning.
Yep. So my understanding is almost everyone has their own drug knowledge. Usually when I don't know something, I'll ask one of the other agents there. So right now I don't know what she's referring to.
All right. So let's move on then. Look at let me go back and just start from the beginning with this. On page 3, line 26, who is that from and who is that to? And what does it say?
It is from Craig to Leilani, and it says, I'm going to be your first black guy, not that it matters.
And that was on September 26th?
Yes.
And at that point in time, that seems to imply at least that they had not done anything, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and let's look at number 42. September 26th. Who's that from and who's that to and what time is that?
You said 42?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That one's from Leilani. Y'all got perks or anything like that?
What do you think was meant by perks?
Percocet.
And number 43, what was the reply?
From Craig, no, I'll check around.
And number 52 at the bottom right there. Who's that from and who's that to?
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that asking for?
You got a half of tree.
And what is that referring to?
Believe that's marijuana.
And the instant message that y'all are referring to was, I believe Mr. Dean asked you about. Where it looks like, I guess they met at the ride share. What day was that again? I think it was October 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And does that seem to be when there was some sort of activity between the two of them?
Yes.
And on I think it's the last page, but I'm not mistaken. All right, here we go. It's like number 143 at the top of the last page. Who is that from and who is that to?
That is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that saying on October 2nd?
About to head over there and grab his ass a 40 so he'll shut up.
And that's to Craig, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on October 3rd at 3:30, who is that from and who is that to?
Which line?
Number 147.
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what does that one say?
Just sent 30 Danny coming in for it.
That's all the questions I have with regard to this exhibit, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hilliard. Any redirect?
So she's not just sleeping with him, he's also involved in supplying her drugs.
Correct.
Isn't that exactly what we've been saying?
Yes.
We've talked about a number of meetups that you can clearly see in these text messages and how long they seem to have lasted, right?
Yes.
On the night of October 4th, the night that we're concerned with your, was there any text message set up?
No.
Was there any text message communications with them at all?
No.
Between them at all, I should say?
No.
And how long did the GPS data establish that she was there for that night?
10 minutes.
And how does that relate and link to the previous visits that we've talked about?
I think the shortest one is 45 for their meetups.
So much shorter.
Yes.
No further questions.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, you may take your seat once again. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Craig Weston.
Okay, and at this point, this is where video
Okay, so it looks like they are. Okay, there it is. I was like, couldn't hear anything. So it should be coming back up for our girl Sarah Boone. Let's see. They're supposed to start at 1 o'clock, and that's what we're just waiting on. I was cleaning. I feel like Brian Kohlberger right now. I have gloves on. Oh, my other picture messed up. That's okay. Let's see if we can. Oh, that didn't work. I'll just keep it like this. Okay. They should be up any time now. Maybe she's questioning herself. Someone said Owen's probably going to ask for another 15 minutes. Oh, judge is there. We love that. We'll put hearts in the chat for the judge. We're on the record. Okay.
We are on the record. 20.
Here
We'll wait
we
for it.
go.
That's fine. Just hang out for me.
Oh, he looks excited. What? What are you guys growling at each other for? Mia, leave her alone, Mia. Leave her alone. She's old. She's cranky. She doesn't want any shit. She's like me. Dog was trying to mess with the other dog. I don't know why they do that. They'll just like go up to each other and growl for a minute and then walk away. Totally sisters. I know. I was so excited. I was like, here they go. So if you're just joining us and you're not, you don't really know what the trial is about. Sarah Boone is on trial for the death of her boyfriend, Jorge Torres, back in 2020, February. She has been in jail ever since. She's went through multiple lawyers to try to get to this point. These detectives have probably dreamt about this moment for the last 4 years. But she did zip up her boyfriend in a suitcase and she let him die in there. She went upstairs. She went to bed. The next morning, she woke up like, oh, forgot he was in there. Better get him out. Well, it was a little too late for that. So she called her ex-husband, of course, because, who would you call first? And if you have a desperate situation, you definitely call your ex-husband. So she calls her ex-husband and he says, hey, you need to call the police. You know what I mean? You need to call the police. Yeah. And then it was just too much. It was just too much. Then she's drinking out of the spigot. She'd probably dream to be drinking out of that spigot now. Hey, there's my cop lady. I like her. Oh, the dogs. Oh, yeah, they are having an argument. That's what they do. Now they're both laying away from each other. I think my dog is just scared of everything. So she like growls and doesn't even mean to do it. Most of the time. Sometimes she does. Well, I'm glad she at least had counsel. I mean, they're not the best, but she's not there by herself. I wouldn't want anyone to be trying to put on their own defense for a murder trial. I'm pretty sure she should have taken the plea deal. They gave her a plea deal. What was it, like 15 years? So she would have been out in 10, probably 5 for good behavior. Now she's gambling. I feel like I'm at the roulette table. I can hear the ball just going. Oh, he gonna break that chair sitting down in those old chairs like that. Oh, we're back.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF
Okay, let's try it
2603,
again.
State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William James for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for this Boone.
County Henderson from Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody, but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, we're ready to bring in our panel.
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there, has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just so that a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Number one, Kevin.
The state can come in and be like, here's the disc you asked for after lunch. We got it for you. And then the defense comes up. Do you have anything? Yep.
Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect
That mother trucker, look at this council guy. He's like, I'm out. I quit.
that Mr. Beck has appeared.
Did he quit?
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior acts, prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons
You'll
that I
open it
believe
up
I
for
should be allowed to
questioning.
do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first question.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law.
He wants that evidence brought in because then he can cross-examine her and ask her the tough questions like, why'd you zip them up in the suitcase?
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that
This,
issue.
this defense attorney is stupid. Not stupid, ignorant.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 7 2nd 750 at point
Did you see that face he just gave? Like, you better get up here.
760 through 761.
We gotta go
On the
back. We gotta
Supreme
look at that
Court's
face.
guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 7 2nd 750 at point 760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of Jorge Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And to some degree, you have to understand the history of Jorge Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when Jorge Torres gets to a certain level of
She sent his ass to get that bottle of booze. Don't you let her
Of
lie.
intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and
But they were just
sometimes he can be
coloring.
violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night, and she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is
Let's take a
dwelling
poll.
on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain Jorge Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase because she knew she was going to get attacked.
She locked him up in a damn suitcase.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct?
But she said before she forgot and went up to bed and just fell asleep.
Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by Jorge Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to that.
Why
Due to
can't
his
you do
degree of
that?
intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem
No, you
is,
can't do
part of
that.
the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part
Yeah, no, we can't make fun. No, we ain't going to go after George for this.
of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him.
Is he putting the defense on for the
She
judge or
started
what?
getting beat on, and so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel.
You know what she could have done? She could have wheeled his ass outside in that suitcase, unzipped it a little bit, ran back in, locked the door. Wouldn't have been able to mess with her. Call the police.
And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games. We're laughing. I zipped the suitcase shut. We're still both laughing. It's funny. And then the decedent says, I can't breathe. And then she flips a switch gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say,
Welcome
give
in,
me
everybody.
everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that. You pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you. I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent
He's no
statements,
Jose
it's up to him
Baez.
to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine and I know what happens when he gets it and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, et cetera, as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction 3.6F identifies it being an objective standard. And the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that.
No.
Until we talk about the actual event.
No break.
Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, State?
He wanted to say
Defense,
no.
anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Let's go. I've been waiting 2.5 years for this because that's as long as I've been on the platform, or 2 years. Oh, I bet she's getting nervous now. be Nikki. I'm about to take a nap myself, man. But she's on here now. Won't be able to go to sleep with that voice in the background.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yep, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Raise your right hand, please sworn. Please do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. Y'all all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
So you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
You
remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be, I would.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay. After you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
All right. And y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet
George Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home,
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park.
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No,
Who lives in the marital home?
no one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian?
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me, yes, a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach. Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning, what y'all did that morning, what you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So you would have gotten up, y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
So you would have been responsible to pick him up, and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes.
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
Yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right, what was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine, so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car.
How far is Publix
They keep acting like a bottle of wine is so much.
from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes.
I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, there was a AutoZone convenience store with, in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish. And how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Or did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Teff is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home. Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there and we just had drinks and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming, we both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
No, the job that he had was very unstable. And at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes,
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in and then, did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, after, I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe if he did, it was just for a moment.
All right, now whose phone were y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
yes,
Videotapes?
yes,
Text messages?
yes.
Phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John,
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay,
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes,
Are they close by?
as far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing? And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store But apparently, when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking,
For what?
cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him.
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dog?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes,
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
of course, yes.
Both of you.
Yes,
So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that y'all, would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes,
Did you wait?
yes, for quite some time.
All right, then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could, to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
Yes.
How big is George?
George was my height. And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had got in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
Did you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Well, the suitcase had, for me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around, and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the gist in it, for him to understand that right now I feel safe, and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember videotaping?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then just explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell me your.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase.
Yes.
And shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here, and then
So grip here.
prodded at it. Yes.
You grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes.
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
Correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Yes.
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes. Finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah,
yes.
had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has 2 zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband, Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Ms. Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes. All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Jury, anything?
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon, a bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that Jorge Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him, you lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs.
Thank you. Court's going to review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Well, she's a lying piece of crap, if I've ever heard it. I should have wrote down all the stuff that we've heard. Oh my Lord. Sarah, you literally she said we had all the puzzle pieces except for one, and looks to the jury. Like, so dramatic, right? So dramatic. Yeah, then she's just like, she's over there looking at the jury, trying. I mean, I understand looking at them, but she's trying to do the mostest. She's saying that George's hand was all the way out of the suitcase. Like he was just hanging out in there. Like he didn't care. He was going to spend the night in there. Like they were camping out. He was camping out in the damn freaking suitcase. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't type fast enough. And I was on my iPad, so I was on like a little like iPad keyboard, and I don't like that. I need to get a new one. I've had this one forever. I just never used it. And I don't like it. The keys are too thick or something. Reminds you of Amber Heard. Oh, it's so crazy. Yeah, and then her lawyer has taken 15 breaks today. Like, what's going on here? First time I decide to stream this trial, they decided to go on 100 breaks. It wasn't intentional yet. We had a good day. It wasn't intentional. Anna, she said intentional so many times. Remember, I've been waiting on her to say it here. Like, it wasn't intentional. Oh my gosh. She said that so many times in the interrogation or interview, whatever you want to call it. And what else was she saying? She said that she grabbed the bat and was like hitting his hand with it. So just maybe she hit him in the head and maybe knocked him out at that point. I mean, I just was maybe hoping that he didn't have to really maybe be there for the whole thing, but I know he suffered. No emotion at all, Mama Duck. None at all. And welcome in, everybody. I can't talk on my iPad. My mic's not working, so I had to run to the other side really quick. So it's on the other side of the house. I was in there cleaning, so that's what I do during the day. We've been on here for 4.5 hours, and we've literally heard maybe an hour worth of testimony. You guys think? Like, it's seriousness. Like, they've had so many breaks. Then they took lunch. Then they just because they made it one big long break. Now, are they going to take another break before 5:00? Because that's a long time for the jurors. Like, I'd be mad because I used to, you know what I mean? Like, if I was a smoker or something, I'd be like, I want to get my cigarette in, I need to get out of this courthouse. Yeah, just a tease. It was like, oh my gosh. This started forever ago. And yeah, she's been assessed. She's smart. She's smart too. Like, Sarah Boone is a smart woman. You can tell by her writings and stuff that she's pretty smart. Like, I believe she holds common sense. I do believe that. I think she knows she's screwed up, like, bad. Like, it's hard. It's going to be really hard to make her look good in this. I mean, she zipped a human being up in a suitcase, poked it with a bat, if you're just saying what her lawyer's saying, poking it, telling him to get back in. Then she records it. She sits down on the couch when he's saying he can't breathe. And she's not scared then. She's not freaking scared when she's sitting on the couch filming it, saying, that's my name. Don't wear it out. That's how I feel when you choke me. Even though she's the one that's been arrested for choking George. Not the other way around. George never choked her. She choked George in 2019. So it's like, Boone, you are the main aggressor, in my opinion. It's like, I bet you this all started with that missing puzzle piece. I bet you her OCD kicked in and she said, oh, hell no. They might start cross tomorrow, yeah. They might, yeah. I mean, hopefully the defense, I mean, how long can they have her talking up there, really, right? Me too, Mama Duck. I believe that too. I think she did a lot more before she filmed. And then you got that skip in the film where the luggage is clearly moved and his shoes are over by it. And I'll say to the end of the day that she threw those shoes over there, like, here's your stupid shoes, get out of here. Like, you know what I mean? Just like, I could just hear it in my head, her being evil. And hey, Ladybug, welcome in. I meant to say welcome in earlier. I was talking to you and then I was like, oh, I didn't even say hi to Ladybug. And welcome in, everybody else. If you guys don't mind taking a second and hitting the like button while we're sitting here waiting on this break, it really does get the channel out into the algorithm. I don't know how far we can get into the algorithm today. I mean, we've been on here all day, but there's nothing wrong with trying. Nothing wrong with trying. Let's see what they're saying online. Like, if they're saying anything on Twitter about anything. Let's see. Just says Boone takes the stand, drinking puzzles and doodling before hide and seek. Yeah, that was the other thing, the hide and seek shit. Okay, Sarah? Or the you're it game. So she says that George pokes her and says, you're it. So why would she go and hide? Those are two different games. You're it, like, that's a tag. Like, you're running around and you're tagging each other. You can hide behind like a tree because normally you're outside, but you're not really given time to go all the way up the stairs, into the bedroom, into the bathroom, like she said, into the shower. So I don't know how she did that, but that's a lie. The tag you're it game, that's a lie. It was always hide and seek, probably. She was probably supposed to hide first. And she went up there and she hid and she got mad because he didn't come and find her. He probably gave up. So she went back down there, hooting and hollering. Why didn't you even find me? You couldn't even find me in this little our townhome. She keeps calling it a townhome too. It's an apartment. It's all the same, but come on. And that's probably when it went sour. In her head, she might not have shown it. Maybe to him, maybe she just kind of like yelled a little bit at him, like, "Why didn't you come look for me?" But when you say tag you're it, George tagged her, so she would be the one trying to find George. Not go upstairs and hide in the bathroom. Like, what are you talking about, lady? I hope the jurors caught that. I hope they caught a lot of this stuff. Because, I mean, this is a 4-year-old case. I'm surprised that the prosecution still got... They probably do have the wind in their sails to do this. They're probably ready for this. The judge is taking his time. He's probably back there toking it. Probably smoking one down. I wouldn't blame him. He'd probably back here smoking and just taking a break. A nap. I would. I could use a nap. That judge back here taking a nap, isn't he? Yeah, right. 11 summer moon. Yeah. Yeah, Judy, I agree. Because I feel like I'm almost borderline, maybe. No, I'm not bad. I'm not. I mean, I'm bad. I'm bad. Okay, let's face it, Tony, you're bad. But I have the best partner that really tries, so it helps. Like he. I don't ask him to clean or do anything like that. But he will. But he knows that I'll just come back through and do it again. So as long as I keep him busy with other stuff on the weekends, I don't mind. He does the manly stuff because I can't really. I can use a drill and stuff like that, okay, but with my vision, it's extremely hard. It's just not extremely hard, but it's harder for me to do those things, and I can't level anything. So he has to hang up every single thing that I buy, which is a lot. Yeah, no, I'm chronic OCD. I have it real bad, and a lot of it's because of my vision. If I'm a firm believer, you put something back where it belongs. I'm so bad about that. Like, but he does it. Vincent's so good at doing that. Like those little things they're huge though. He gets the scissors out, he'll put them away. If he doesn't put them away, he'll at least put them close enough to where I'll see them. Because if I can't find something, that's when I go nuts. And that's just I do. I mean, I'll admit it. It's I need to find it right now, even if it's something I don't need. It's because I'm blind. I don't like not being able to see something, and I get really like hard on myself when I can't see something. That's why I don't really like watching overlay videos and people saying like this is a car or this is a cat or look at this picture, it's a dolphin and I'm looking at it and I'm like seeing Jesus or something in it, like, something completely different than a dolphin. Like that's why I'm like always with the overlays, I'm always laughing about them. Yeah, Judy. Yeah, if you have something, it is easy to see the symptoms in other people. You could even kind of tell, I guess, with my studio. I mean, it's very basic, clean look. Except for that little table has a lot of stuff on it. I need to get some of that stuff off. I have a pumpkin candle on there, and I know you guys can't even tell that's a pumpkin candle. Like Elf, Elfin Summer Moon? Or no, not like, okay, so let me know if that's right. Elfin Summer Moon. Elvin. Am I saying it wrong? Elvin. Okay, Elvin. Kind of like Alvin and the Chipmunks, but Elvin. Okay. Am I saying it
We're
right?
back on the
Elvin?
record, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. case
Okay,
number
I'm so happy I'm saying that
2026-2603.
right.
Appearances for the state.
Chief Judge Torres on behalf of the state.
Just to let you know, I will say it wrong the next time probably, and I won't mean to. Elvin. I got it.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Coming back on behalf of Sarah.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. The court has had the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. The court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the
we
court's
gotta
order
win.
state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went.
Oh my
through
gosh.
Exhibits involving the blow-up photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant stuff.
I've taken that.
We need to, I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now.
Yes.
So that it's not up, down, in and out with the jury. All right, go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well, I had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of it is a composite. Is this it? Too? This first is identification, defense identification K. It's 4 pictures involving injuries to the leg.
Mr. Owens left what?
The leg.
Assuming a predicate for fair and accurate conviction, etc. is laid, we don't have objections to case.
Okay.
Oh my.
Defense identification composite L, 2 photographs.
Yeah, this means she can slander him.
You said that was L, correct?
But that also means if she's bringing that crap in, the state can go back on her for the time that she tried to choke him when he was walking up the stairs when she tried to choke him from behind. That's documented too.
Yes.
Again, assuming proper testimony.
You should have left that crap out, Sarah. You're opening yourself up to be cross-examined.
Okay.
Defense exhibit M for identification. 2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs. The next photograph is a picture of one of her dogs on one of the outdoor couches.
Why do we care about dogs?
Because relevance is that he would threaten the dogs with harm
Oh, God.
if she didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dogs.
Whatever. This is the first time we're hearing of this bull crap.
As a threat to her.
You dirty dog. Smiling.
Use the dogs.
She's smiling. Oh my God. As they're talking about this. Oh my God.
In fear for their safety, so
She looks like it.
thought about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Would she give her a piece of candy? Not supposed to have anything.
Identification, defense identification number N or letter N. One photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to, assuming all the normal practice.
Judge, this is where he took.
No, Mike, we're still on the defense. Every time they ask if they need a break or anything, they have a question, the state says no, and the defense says yeah.
To TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O?
We'll speed it up a little so we get to
Is
this.
this still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation is established. Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on
It's on
Sarah's.
State's Exhibit 2, we're not gonna get that. It's on the foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
They don't give a fudge.
P, identification, defense identification P is two photographs of an incident in which.
No objection, it's on the foundation, et cetera.
No objection.
No objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
These next ones are individual photographs, not composites. Q for identification is one photograph.
Is that part of the right stuff right now?
I was told this was separate from the, or this was, I think, a slap or something.
I think it's a slap. I think.
With regard to Q, no objection so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R.
No objection on foundation lead.
No objection to R so long as foundation is laid.
They better get some Jorge's or George's
With
injuries.
regard to F, no objection so long as foundation is laid.
T.
No objection by the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid.
Same for you.
No objection from
Okay, we could probably fast forward through all that.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh my
thank you.
gosh, what is that?
That being demonstratively.
What are we looking at?
Introducing this as an exhibit into evidence.
Duplicative, repetitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
Yes.
Then is that accurate?
I believe so. I mean, I know.
He
the
just said
photo-
yeah, and then he said I believe so.
But,
If it's contained,
it's going to be easier to handle, the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's, allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What's already in evidence is X, defense pre-marked X.
And then,
You can't switch it out neither.
identification C.
Same thing, it's on the photographs.
That was either, it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase.
You only get your little bitty exhibits. You don't get those big ones.
Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
D, identification.
Same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is
What's
duplicative. You can
this?
utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
I want to see
Then
paperwork
for
on
the
these
same
injuries.
reasons it's duplicative, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
We have no reports of her of these injuries from George.
F for identification.
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative
Oh, look at
purposes,
that
but
mug.
it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
Yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
All right, same ruling. If my court finds it's duplicative, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. It's at the defendant on the porch with the 2 dogs.
Yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
B. Same.
It was as defense M. Relevancy objection is overruled, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
Yeah, I
purposes.
probably want to use these in closing and just use this, use that for the.
However you see fit, sir.
Okay, this is not working today?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it. But that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay, oh, okay. Judge, what other evidence do we have? Body cams? Excuse me? Nothing else? Nothing else through Sarah. There may be some body cam footage to refresh memories. We've got 2 deputies out there.
Okay. Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
Awesome.
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir?
Here we go.
Sure.
Oh my God, not again. Mr. Owens. Hasn't he used up all his questions for the day? I have, I feel like. I'm just kidding. Oh, I like your new picture. It's pretty.
Judge, I think we're ready.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel.
Don't lie this time, Boone.
Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Jury entering.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Boone, so I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay.
She called her ex-husband that night.
Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
I'm muting
Did
myself.
you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase. And
Let me stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
No, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here. And then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling. And
What color was it?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm
Yeah.
doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did he walk in?
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sunup to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then.
Approach. Objections overruled for now.
Y'all were together 3.5 years.
Yes,
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes,
Did they show injuries to your body?
yes,
Were those injuries caused by Jorge Torres?
yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't.
but you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he, what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his,
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer this question. Do you know what happened to, did George cause these injuries?
yes,
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how to do this.
Mr. Owens, may I get you just a number, please?
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
And I need to ask permission to publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is nice, Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to. There you go.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes,
Are those injuries to your arm?
yes,
Were they caused by George Torres?
yes,
And during the same incident, is this you?
yes,
Is that an injury or bruise to your rib cage area
yes,
and your arm?
yes.
I'll show you identification, defense identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes,
Is that your thigh?
yes,
Okay. Do you remember this incident?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
Objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 3. You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder. And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay.
What was it pre-marked as, Counselor?
Just like S, but Madam Clerk.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you were referring to? Is that the nail, or was it on, still on?
I believe so, yes.
Now I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L in evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It
Okay.
was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh
Oh my God, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you the composite exhibit for identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those, all 4, before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have two nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and baked potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George was drinking the entire time and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, you know, I'm having to encourage him to eat. You know, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably he went upstairs, and I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue, and I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel, blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
emergency room?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. I'll show you these. All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6. You may publish, sir.
Thank you. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this the stab wound to your leg?
Yes. My foot.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound?
Yes.
And did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Judge, could you step down and show the video?
Mr. J? You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge, because we've got this Voir. Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an admission. All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you've got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce the identification to you now.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission vote.
You may, sir.
Do you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip?
Yes.
As you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You for identification.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise, I guess, my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously
Did you
blacked
get knocked
out.
out?
I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic, looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
It was a stomp?
stomped.
with his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, we ask that this be identification you be admitted today.
What was pre-marked as U will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go to the judge. I'm showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak it.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that just like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up.
What?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Bart, I'm showing you identification W. That's identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
Jorge Torres.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, I would be drinking.
Identification W and evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as defense exhibit 10. You may, sir.
All right, it doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
Tell me, I'm sorry, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another. I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Or
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in evidence?
What was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
Part I'm showing you this exhibit. That's you? Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. But this picture that was taken of the.
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification why introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But this wound right here?
Yes, and remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out on
February 24th, I believe.
February 24th? I'd like to introduce identification on the evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13.
Judge, we got published.
Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification N. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, well, let's continue now.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions?
Yes.
As a composite of the events that occurred in relation to Jorge Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
Are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes,
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
yes,
So when law enforcement seized the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen. And I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day. Was he? Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat, that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat, and then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television, and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be again unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs of the evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite with 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George that particular day holding the bat.
You guys telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
The process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping?
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did he later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
I'm showing you identification N. If you recognize that.
Can I let it go? Mr. Well?
All right, were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And I'm going to try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendant's 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently,
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
supposedly,
Did that occur?
absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those 2 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't over here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
All right. And there's 2 dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny, she's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
I'll show them.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
All right, you're gonna have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why was he threatening to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control?
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just.
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? What's pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this is the alcohol you are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them off.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate
I can
you.
only stay on until like 5. Just to let you guys know.
With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
Sure, you wouldn't understand.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we gonna get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. We'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Jury exiting.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Do they have court matters to address or?
If Ms. Boone needs to use the facilities, we might as well take advantage of that at this time. All right, court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
Okay, 4:20. Wow. Let me get off this other iPad. Shit. Whoops, I knocked something over. Just take this one down. This other person on the screen. That should, there we go. Take it back to me. So far she's lied a lot. She's lied. Like, I'm like, what? Oh my gosh, I cannot believe it. And then I just made a mess. I spilled friggin' stuff out in the kitchen. I was trying to move my desk into this room. And I'm like, oh, great. Awesome. So I've got to vacuum that up here in a moment. Hey, Lenora. And Ashley and Mike. And we saw Sirius come in. I saw a bunch of people coming in. I was on my iPad. And for some reason, my iPad isn't allowing me to use my mic. I've got to figure that out. I'll have to see if Vincent can mess with that when he gets home tonight. Because I don't know how to fix that. But all of my devices are going dead too. It's kind of funny. Like both iPads, my phone, everything's going dead. I don't know where all the cords are. Like plug them in. I'm missing a couple, which I could get some down. We have like a cord, like a box of cords. I just hate to do that if I can find something around here. But how's everybody's day going so far? Wow, it's been a long one. We've been on for 6 hours now. We used to do 8-hour trial days, but we haven't done those in a long time. So this has been it's been a while since we've done any trial really. So it's been a while since we've been online this long. So I appreciate you guys being here. If you guys don't mind, just take a second, hit that like button. I mean, your girl has been sitting here for 6 hours now. That's a long time. That's a long time. Yeah, her lips were blue. Okay, so she said, remember when she said that her lips were blue and when after like this, he allegedly stabbed her? I am so sorry, but if you are in that much pain and have that much of an injury, you're going to the emergency room no matter what. Unless you're going to let yourself just sit there and die. So, and I don't think that's what happened. Well, thank you. Thank you. Elvin. I know the name now. Yes. Yes, that's a fat lie. I said, yeah, I know, right? Like a lot of the stuff that she was saying. And then, we went over it before, but the whole like tag you're it. Like you would be the one chasing him, Sarah. Like, are you listening to yourself? So I think for trial days, we might have to like do like I don't know. I thought about doing where I just put like my camera out in the kitchen and like dining room area. Cause that's where I spend like most of my time cleaning and stuff. And then you guys could just like follow me around. And I can have like 2 screens going. So if you guys are like bored, you can just watch me like cleaning and listening. Or I could do like get ready with me's or something. Cause I'm like, these court proceedings can get boring. I mean, today it's not because, well, shouldn't have been as boring because Sarah's on the stand. She made it boring because she took so many breaks. They took like at least 3 hours worth of breaks today out of the 6 hours that we've been online. I mean, maybe more than that. Maybe more. Yeah, how's she go to the bathroom chained up? It's probably just a little harder to do. There's Nash. She did perjure herself. I wonder when they're going to call it out. You know, the state's going to call it out. The state is letting them kind of just do what they're doing, I think, because they're just letting her talk. And she's saying everything that we've already known, except for all this stuff about Jorge that she shouldn't be saying. I don't think that this stuff needs to be in evidence. If there is no report for the injury, if there is no report made, then it should not be allowed into evidence at all. It should not be allowed into evidence because we don't know if it's true or not. Oh, thank you, Sirius, for the 499. That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. She said, thank you for doing this. Tanya, best channel on YouTube. I appreciate that. Thank you. You guys make it worth it. You guys make it worth it. We usually have good conversations. Well, I took a shower, so I might have missed a lot too, Judy. I just took a shower. I was like, I'm taking a shower. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, good thing they didn't take a break then, short recess. They would have been like, short recess. Oh, great. I figured go ahead and do all my skincare while we're sitting here waiting on her to come back from wherever she's at. I guess the bathroom. Yeah, we've been on a long time today. But we used to do it. I can't even think of the trials. I think Adam Montgomery, Alec Murdaugh. I can't think of anybody now that I'm trying to think of somebody. I'd have to go through my playlist. And then it seems like a lot of the cases that we've covered on the channel, because I've only been a creator for 2 years, they're all still like going through the court system. You know what I mean? Like a lot of them are. And now we're just now seeing them go to court and get the justice the victims deserve. I'm trying to think of more, but that we did Aiden, but he ended up going in and confessing as soon as trial started. Oh, you don't get the notifications? Maybe it's because it's not set on your phone setup. Like you have to set it up to your phone too. I've been trying to catch you up on the cases. I've been trying. Well, the last few days, it was a lot of paperwork for Sebastian Rogers' case. And it's not really his case. It didn't really have anything to do with him. I just wanted to go over it because of the sheer craziness of it, of like that even being a thing. Now I've heard that our boy Seth Rogers has a 501c3. So he has a nonprofit now. So I wonder what he's going to try to do with that. Who knows? Who knows? YouTube is glitchy. I really do think YouTube unsubscribes people sometimes. I really do. I think it's like, or it'll like do some weird stuff. But I do want to go over Delphi, I think, tonight. I think I'm going to play Nancy because she has a podcast out. It should be coming out on video tonight, probably around 6:00. I think she puts it out. She's been doing premieres too. And I'm like, Nancy, I don't appreciate you and your premieres, making everybody want to go see it before they come see it with me. Just checking to see if there's anything on the, you know, the weird people front. It's crazy. It's like, man, I really wish we could have seen that press conference that they were supposed to have, you know. I knew they weren't going to have that. There's stuff going on in Delphi. There's a lot. They've seen the crime scene. They've viewed a lot of that. A lot of people are going out like out to the actual like bridge, and they're taking photos and videos now. And I'm like, dude, I had this video on my page forever and it has like 200 views, and it has the whole walk and everything. Like, I walked the trail with my dogs for Delphi, and like that video has like no views. It should have more views than what it does. I mean, I drove 3.5 hours to get there. Like, come on, guys. Come on, everybody. Go show that video some love. Well, good. I thought about re-uploading it. Just like so that people would see it again, you know, because it's been a while, like since I've put it out there. I mean, it's been forever. It's been over a year since I put it out. I know that because it was when we were getting our remodel done. I could show it to you guys while we're waiting, but then I wouldn't get the view off of it. No, I don't care about that as much. I could show it if it'll let me. Oh, I could show you my TikTok I did last night over the grifters of the world. Let's see. TikTok.com. Don't know music. I can't hear the music. I don't know if is this my profile. This is my business profile, but I can go to me from here. I have a business TikTok and a regular TikTok for just TitaniumBuilt. Oh, there I am. Look at me. Oh, wait, something went wrong. What do you mean? Refresh it. Are you guys ready for this? Ready for this? It's Griffmas. Griffmas is here. This is my TikTok. And I put this up last night.
Okay. As you guys know, Betty is going through a really hard time with the courts in Tennessee. Very unfairly, absolutely unfairly, has been targeted for merely trying to help Seth find his son. So Betty has a very expensive appeal that she has to pay for. So all of us, you know, all of us creators, me, Justin, Josh, Seth, you know, Tony, all of us, Nick, all of us who are working together are collectively coming together to help our friends. And we're asking you guys, as Sebastian's Army as well, if you can also help. It would mean so much, even if it's just $5, right?
We've heard this before.
Just, give, even if it's $2, you know, I know that everybody's going through, you know, a tough time with it being inflation and all that. So
That's not why people are going through tough time.
not everybody's made of money, but if anybody can just donate, you know, even if it's just $1 or $2, it would help more than you know. These fees. Oh my goodness, give me a second, guys. I'm so sorry. Bullhorn Betty, okay.
Yeah. I saw that last night. I said, you got to be kidding me. I told you that it was going to happen. They were going to ask for money. They kept saying, we're not going to ask for money. No, they're sending it. They're going to put her Venmo, I guess, Mike. They're just going to put her Venmo out and have people donate to her their Venmo. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, as God is striking me dead right now, I guarantee you, Brittany, Justin, and Josh at the lab are not donating their own money. They're just going to put the link up for their subscribers to do it. I think it's craziness. I really do. I think it's just out of control. Off of the back of a missing freaking 15-year-old boy. It's sickening. They've been doing it for over 200 days. They delete videos. They delete streams. They go behind the subs' back. They ask their mods. They beg their mods for money. It is weird. Oh, BHB, she's been asking for the dollar thing forever. She invented, if you could just give me $1. She's been pulling that line since Quentin Simon's case. As soon as I heard Brittany say, if you can just give $1, I was like, oh God. And just in May, Brittany was talking about BHB and about how she like jumps on cases for clout and for like notoriety and stuff like that. And now she's saying, please give Betty some money. Why? Because Betty, she went against 4 protective orders, so she needs help? No. It'd be different if someone was coming after her and it was, like something like, and it was wrong. But yeah, BHB was talking crap about Justin and Frenchie not too long ago. I guess they're buds again. If you notice people like that team up like that, just be careful. Just be careful. I don't trust people that team up like that. I just don't. Especially when 5 days or 5 weeks ago, you were talking about each other. When Betty was in jail. Oh, she's not at the Simon trial because, she gained all the money she could get off of that grifting out of her front yard. She said she ain't driving there. It's closer than Tennessee. It's insanity to me. I don't think anywhere on the internet you'll find another sector where they're asking for money for legal freaking fees. I would never ask you guys for legal fees. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't get in trouble. Court is on a short break. Oh, he's back. What's he doing? He's kind of goofy. Ashley, I don't get it either. Just exploiting them. It'd be different if you covered more than one case, but these channels are only covering Sebastian. Maybe Summer Wells. It's like, it's just not true crime. There's like nobody in true crime anymore. You guys all are. People in this chat are here for it. I love that.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020
Oh, we're back on the record.
2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Dave Ketchum on behalf of the state. William James for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the state. Tommy Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
Most of the case, how it goes. You said about 20.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, Judge, hold on.
Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry.
Jury entering.
The jury's entering. All right, Boone, it's your time to shine. And I'm doing a very good job so far. Oh, gosh. I'm sick of this guy.
State, do you recognize our jury? Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait.
What happened? Oh, security. Someone tried to leave. I swear to God, if someone's outside smoking and they have to restart or something.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
No! We don't want that. Oh, no. What? No. Did somebody talk to somebody? I hope nobody on the jury did anything. Hopefully it was Boone and she did something stupid, but you know how like this happened last time with the egg lady and Alex Murdaugh. We thought we were going to have to start the whole case over again. We were almost to the end. LV Layla, she's testifying right now.
All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break.
We've been watching both cases today, and I would say Sarah Boone, just skip through all of the breaks.
Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on.
That's what I said.
Court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
What happened?
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
Looks kind of small.
TV.
What the hell? What was that? Was that shot with something?
Identification E. Is that your arm? Identification F. Is that your knife wound?
Ugh. Imagine being in the suitcase, Sarah.
Identification G. Is this the curtain rod? Identification H. This is the eye. Identification.
Oh God, we don't need to see all these because they don't matter. They don't matter to this case, in my opinion. They both hit each other.
Yes.
The lid, the eyebrow.
Notification D.
And this is the back patio of the dog.
Oh, back patio with the dogs. Remember, one's deaf, one's blind. Wonder if we ever found out if that was real.
Camel bounce a little bit. It's been. Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about telling something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that live next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Kotzel. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week,
Yes.
where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And
But the
first
next
got
day you're
me
doing
with one
puzzles.
hand, and then both got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police,
Yes.
and other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And that was the incident in which Georgia kicked you in the eye,
Stomped me. Yes.
stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes.
and both of you were arrested.
Correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
Do you recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was complete shocked that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the
She'd been lying through this whole
video,
thing.
the suitcase video. You mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call about job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
How did you stay with him? You got to tell the jury.
As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light, so they can be better people for themselves, and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep. And love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
Beginning through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected, and he's very nice, and as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
During that period of time when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement. But first, I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it, and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day, for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day, from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Copsel?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Loman to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows. And I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply kept getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes. You may proceed.
Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened. And I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
That's not why you
Stand
were
with that lie.
arrested.
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when Jorge Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
but you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you can say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Ms. Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat,
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember.
She wrote the family.
Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
So would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so it's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach. You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing. Maybe it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree? And when you say half, are we talking about to the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
Right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to Publix at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say when you got back?
I can't call exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the two of you consumed two 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find two empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that
Two.
they empty in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time? And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what he said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
All right, now, today you testified about the time frame between the two videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts is my question. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we have seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 3111.
Okay, guys, sorry. I hate to have to do this to you, but I do have to get off here because I got to go run to the store. I thought this was going to be over at 5, and my dogs need to go out. But I put the YouTube page for the rest of the trial for Court TV in the chat, and I'm going to put it in there again. They're going to stay on, they said, until 6 o'clock. So they'll only be on for about another 50 minutes. I'll listen in while I'm doing my little bit of, stuff I have to do. And then I'll let you know I'll let you know tonight if anything, we hear any other lies, which we will hear more lies. That's all she's done today is lie. So if you guys are just now coming in, make sure you rewind on this one. Sarah Boone's takes the stand. The defense has questioned her or questioned her. Now it's the state, and then it'll go back to the defense. So I do appreciate it. Yeah, and Mel, he's actually streaming this trial, isn't he? I forgot Mel was doing it. Yeah, definitely go to Mel. It's probably a lot more entertaining. You know what I mean? He's always so funny. But thank you guys for being here today. I appreciate it. We did a 7-hour strong. I will see you guys all back here tonight for some Delphi updates because that case is out of control and you guys need to hear the updates. So I will be back tonight and I'll see you guys later. Bye.